Yum, 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 yum. All right. We are live. This is Soundbooth Theater Live, and these are the cold reads of the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel Season 2, Episode 6. We're starting Episode 6, and yeah, just like the last couple times, I'm going to go ahead and bring that damn new cover up. Here it is. This is the cover for Episode 6. Yeah, can anybody call out what's going on here? Oh wow, I just realized there's titties on this. Are all of them actual titties? Are any of these dudes? They're all supposed to be women, right? BDSM gone wrong. Yeah, these are all supposed to be the Krassu, right? Yeah, this is you guys recognize who's strapped in the center? Audette's green room? Book 1's my least favorite. Book 2's top 3. Like for me, it's 5, 2, 3. Pretty sure they're all prostitutes. Oh yeah, Instagram. Gotta go live with Instagram. Going live. We are live on Instagram as well. Sorry, I should have done my spiel during Instagram, but oh well. Mayor Featherfall, right? I think it is. Is it Mayor Featherfall? Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, right? Great picture. Oh, hey, what's up, Andy? Oh, were you I think you were were you the person who commented on the girl from Ipanema earlier? Was it yesterday? Someone commented on that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I wish it's funny being being a music guy in this environment, in this industry, because like I'm just not used to people getting things like that. So so what we did, I played the bass for that, and it was my idea. And I actually took what are they called? Are they called dial tones? The number, when you actually hit the number, it goes beep. So I don't know how it popped into my head, but I thought this would be hilarious. And we just did it. So I had let's see. So I played the bass part. Keytones, maybe it is keytones. I played the bass part with, it's just the chords. And then I arranged those dial tones or whatever, like with just like placing them as clips, like dial tone multi-frequency. There you go. And I made sure that it sounded like someone was trying to figure out how to play it or wasn't very well practiced. Um, and then I had Aaron add percussion to it, or I was like, hey, add percussion, but make it out of goofy sounds. And then Annie did the whistle solo in it. I grew up in the 70s. That was a thing we did on the phone to kill time. That's funny. All right, let's see here. Let's open up a new set. Looks like I need to actually create a new set for these. We have been thinking about doing just an album of music for ourselves as the Soundbooth Theater band. Even like the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel is like, a lot of that is Eddie Zach, who is a great musician, but he's just not in our crew. But there is some good stuff that we did in there too. I would suggest listening to Monster Hunt NYC if you want to hear like a lot of music that we've produced, but that's mainly me, Annie, and Aaron. All right. So looks like we're ready to go. Oh, wait, I need to pull out the script. Get rid of that script. Before I get started recording, I just want to remind everybody that we do have another YouTube channel that we're promoting. It is not this channel, it is the Soundbooth Theater channel. This is the Soundbooth Theater live channel. We are promoting the Soundbooth Theater channel, and that is where we're publishing a bunch of audiobooks for free for people to listen to for free. We have 5 full ones already, and then there's another one in process, Shoot the Messenger. That's in process right now. Part 2 is out for that. And we're doing a new book every month. Might be 2 books in October. We shall see. Did you copy the whole series into Excel? Basically, yeah. We have a process where somebody uses a formula to break out all the dialogue and separate it from the narration. And then we have somebody go through and label all the characters. Like I said, there's a formula there. What is wrong with you? Yeah, well, we need to do it in order to make things easier for our actors. It really doesn't take that long to do all the breaking out. We have a formula, a process. Tell Matt to start typing in Excel. Duh, right? Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a pain in the ass to deal with, but to read from it, it's way easier because everybody like. So for those of you who don't know, Andy S is has lots and lots and lots of experience with Excel because I think he used to work at Microsoft on it, and so he reached out to offer to help with it, and so I just sent him one of the scripts. That's why he's freaking out over here. But yeah, I'll go ahead and share the script. on... Oh no, that's Rift side. Oh, I need to... Okay. Need to bring it over to my teleprompter. Let's rein it in a little bit. Okay, so all right, so as you can see, we have all these columns here. So we have the character column, the actor column, the effort only column. This actually should be really tiny. The direction and efforts column. So once, you know, so this is actually, we'll put stuff in here next to the dialogue in order to give direction to the actor. Efforts is when you're like making noises. It's not necessarily dialogue. It's like you get punched in the face and make a noise. That's an effort. Okay, so main content. This is the column that we actually read from. Except, you know, this shows some. It shows the cast for this particular scene. It shows what the scene is, scene 1. Then we have the VFX column. This is like for, okay, if this is a line of dialogue and they're on the phone, we're going to say phone in this column, or thought if it is thought, or, you know, chat for Dungeon Crawler Carl. Music / vibe. This is where we make notes about what kind of music we want happening during the time. And if we like, you can see that we have these get colored in whenever something's written in there. And I haven't been doing a great job with the music while I've been going along. But it is here for when we actually decide to be competent and take notes about the music. We have the setting and ambience column for like describing the environment and what the sound effects guys need to do for that. This is the sound effects column for like specific notes here. So distant zombie groans, crackling and sparking of a fuse, then a huge explosion that shatters surrounding windows and levels buildings. And then, you know, a couple more over here. This is for Foley. We're not doing Foley for these 2 seasons yet. I want to do it for season 4. And director's notes. So yeah, that's how our scripts work. Oh, cool. Someone from Denmark is looking forward to our UK visit. I am looking forward to it too. Hope to see you there. My friend who has a Cocker Spaniel is about to read The Butcher's Masquerade for the first time. Just found the YouTube channel. Was following on X when I heard you mention it. Love the content and just wanted to say thanks for sharing your process. Cool. Thanks, Survival Bob. Someone else gets all this ready for me, Eric Hubbard. Oh, I forgot. Let's turn this on again. I wish that would just stay on. I think one of the things I love most about SPT is that you guys have that fun, playful attitude that Graphic Audio had back when they were cutting audio. Then they got too big. My spouse overheard me listening to DCC AIT. He really enjoyed the music. He's musically talented in a way that I'm not. He wants to listen to the whole season 1 now. Oh, nice. Yes, please update me on what your spouse thinks about the music, because I have said before, I'm pretty sure that making the audio immersion tunnel has just been my excuse to make Dungeon Crawler Carl music. Do you have any characters that are your voice? Not in this series, really. Why would you make a Cocker Spaniel owner listen to Dungeon Crawler Carl? That's cruel and unusual. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, to make a long story short, go to Soundbooth Theater, the YouTube channel, get some free audiobooks, get some free motion comics, have fun over there. Please subscribe and tell other people about it. Chris Sebotari asks, is it possible to get some of the copyrighted songs from the book in the AIT? We're going to work on that really hard. So okay, can you guys remember which music traps are in book 3? What's up, Boz Sato? All right. Anyway, I'm going to get started here. One of the almost forgot. Had to cover my air conditioner vent. One of the mysteries of the sex worker quest was how the city elves of the 201st Security Group figured in all of this. Assuming this Featherfall guy was the lead baddie, then their presence in conjunction... Assuming this Featherfall guy was the lead... Let's try again. That was bad. One of the mysteries of the sex worker quest was how the city elves of the 201st Security Group figured in all of this. No. One of the mysteries of the sex worker quest was how the city elves of the 201st Security Group figured in all of this. Okay, that was better. Still, my voice isn't sounding great. Ooh, Mac the Knife, Fergalicious, Physical, Rock of Ages. Just 4, huh? One of the mysteries of the sex worker quest was how the city elves of the 201st Security Group figured in all of this. Assuming this Featherfall guy was the lead baddie, then their presence in conjunction with the random undead monsters made sense. The city elves worshipped the Skyfowl as living angels, and this town's lead Skyfowl was a dark cleric who commanded the undead. The city elves were basically a free source of enthusiastic labor that Featherfall was using to help corral his undead minions. We still didn't know what the hell was going on with the dead prostitutes. That was okay for now. I didn't need to know exactly what was happening to know. We still didn't know what the hell was going on with the dead prostitutes. The city elves were basically a free source of enthusiastic labor that Featherfall was using to help corral his undead minions. We still didn't know what the hell was going on with the dead prostitutes. That was okay for now. We didn't... That was okay for now. I didn't need to know exactly what was happening to know the best way to weaken the head dude's plans was to first knock out one of his support networks. It was okay for now. I didn't need to know exactly what was happening to know the best way to weaken the head dude's plans was to first knock out one of his support networks. I didn't like the idea of going full murder hobo on a group of mentally ill elves. Still, if this group was targeting innocent NPCs and killing them, then I didn't hold much sympathy. Plus, they'd tried to kill us, twice. If we didn't take them on now, it was going to just keep happening. When we left the safe room, a handful of the shambling berserkers remained in the ruins, hanging out nearby. We rushed to the roof of a building and killed from afar. I didn't want to waste my hoblobbers unless I had to, so instead I tried tossing a stick of hobgoblin dynamite. I'd never used the upgraded dynamite before, and I was glad I hadn't tried it while I was on the ground. The sticks were practically mini nukes. I used my... While I was on the ground. The sticks were practically mini nukes. I used my upgraded strength to hurl a stick at a shambler a half block away. The resulting explosion knocked me off my feet. The front facade of a distant building collapsed, caving in on itself and filling the street with debris. Let's go ahead and do some efforts here. It was going to just keep happening. When we left the safe room, a handful of the shambling berserkers remained in the ruins, hanging out nearby. We rushed to the roof of a building and killed from afar. I didn't want to waste my hoblobbers unless I had to, so instead I tried tossing a stick of hobgoblin dynamite. I'd never used the Wait a minute. They tried to kill the shambling berserkers remained in the ruins, hanging out nearby. We rushed to the roof of a building and killed from afar. I didn't want to waste my hoblobbers unless I had to, so instead I tried tossing a stick of hobgoblin dynamite. I'd never used the upgraded dynamite before, and I was glad I hadn't tried it while I was on the ground. The sticks were practically tried tossing a stick of hobgoblin dynamite. All right. I'd never used the upgraded gun. The sticks were practically half block away. The resulting All right, so right here. The resulting explosion knocked me off my feet. Ah! The front facade of it. Bree. I stood and examined the damage. I'd obliterated the shambler and killed the one behind it. Smoke swirled, dust filling the air. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The dynamite's power was great, but the sticks were utterly impractical to use in regular fights. Even with my strength, I wasn't so sure I could toss them far enough to be safe when I wasn't 2 stories up. Even with my strength, I wasn't so sure I could toss them far enough to be safe when I wasn't 2 stories up. Even with my strength, I wasn't so sure I could toss them far enough to be safe when I wasn't 2 stories up. Nope. Even with my strength, I wasn't so sure I could toss them far enough to be safe when I wasn't 2 stories up. There we go. Fights. Even with my stories up.
My goodness. You need to be careful with those things, Carl.
She returned to my shoulder. In the distance, a third shambler had turned and was now approaching from another road that wasn't blocked with rubble. I wished I had a method of tossing them farther. With my chistera, I could toss a hoblobber 4 times the distance, but the sticks weren't shaped properly for the basket. I pulled another hobgoblin dynamite stick out and looked at it. Basket. And I pulled another hobgoblin dynamite stick out and looked at it.
Wait, are those the same ones you used for the thing? Wait, are those the same ones you used for the thing?
Yeah, 3 of them.
For the thing?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Maybe we should have tested them first.
That's what they're gonna put on my tombstone.
Don't be silly, Carl. They don't give us tombstones here. You know, it tells me I can't touch them. It says there's a 75... You know, it tells me I can't touch them. It says there's a 70... Wait a minute. Sorry, guys. There's kind of a important text I'm watching for. Okay. Touch them? It says there's touch them? It says there's a 75% chance it'll explode. Touch them? It says there's a 75% chance it'll explode if I try to. Touch them? It says there's a 75% chance it'll explode if I try to. Touch them? It says there's...
Really? The stick's stability remained at 80% for me, which meant I could bonk myself on the head with it and nothing would happen.
I don't think you're supposed to touch that stuff unless you have the proper skill. Or you're desperate. And I thought the goblin dynamite... Or you're desperate. And I thought the And I thought the goblin dynamite was scary. I wonder if there's something even higher on the list. What's the next step above hobgoblin? I don't think you're supposed to touch that stuff unless you have the proper skill. Or you're desperate. And I thought the goblin dynamite was scary. I wonder if there's something even higher on the list. What's the next step above hobgoblin?
I don't know. I don't know if there is one. My explosives handling and dangerous explosives handling skills had both risen to 9. Both skills increased the yield of the explosions. As it was now, a single stick of hobgoblin dynamite could kill most anything. No, not everything. I thought of the Divine Guardian, the country boss from the 12th floor that we'd seen on that brief clip on the recap show. That thing wouldn't even notice if I'd shoved an entire case of the things down its throat. Donut's magic missile took out the third shambling berserker. In the distance, the sun sank low. We only had a good 2 hours of sunlight left, and I needed to... Sun sank low. In the distance, the sun sank low. We only had a good 2 hours of sunlight left, and I needed to use them. Sun sank low. In the distance, the sun sank low. In the distance, the sun sank low. We only had a good 2 hours of sunlight left, and I needed to use them. Come on, let's go talk to the elves. While we were in the middle of our interview, Mordecai had ventured into town and located their headquarters for us. It wasn't difficult. They had a sign and a trio of city elves out front attempting to talk those passing by. They had a sign and a trio of city elves out front attempting to talk those passing by to enter and hear the good news about Apido the Oak Mother. They were only 2 blocks away from the magistrate's quarters, situated on a mostly residential street in a poorer section of town. They were only 2 blocks away from the magistrate's quarters, situated on a mostly residential street in a poorer section of town. Oh, you guys have been listening to Time Marked Warlock. I love that book. I love playing just the main character and letting everybody else doing the rest of the work. Poorer section of town. The sign didn't announce the building as the headquarters of the 201st Security Group, but as we approached, it was clear that Mordecai's intelligence was correct. The simple, hand-painted sign over the building held the symbol of a tree with the words, Apido Education Center. On my mini-map, the building was labeled as a corrupt temple. A quick note to Mordecai confirmed that anything labeled corrupt meant that mobs could be within. 3 city elves stood out front, each of them holding a stick with an acorn hanging off the end. They were unsuccessfully attempting to hand the sticks to anyone who passed. None wore the uniform shirt. All 3 wore simple, unadorned brown robes that appeared dirty, as if they spent most of the day gardening. The building, unfortunately, shared a wall with a residence. About 15 dwarven kids rushed about the street, laughing and play-fighting. They ranged in age from about 5 to 12, and based on the similar manner of their dirty, patched clothing, I guessed they were all siblings, including multiple pairs of twins and triplets. One of the older kids held a stick with a small salamander tied to the end, and he was chasing his brothers and sisters about as they all howled. I think it was supposed to be a mockery of the elves. All right, so right now we have Ricky Joe. Ricky Joe cast as Will Watt. I don't know if we want to do Will Watt for Ricky Joe. Let's see. The salamander is so fucking funny. A pedo. All right. I don't know. I think I want Gary for Ricky Joe. What else does Will Watt have? Wolfman, Ricky Joe, Chappie, Tucker, the Engineer Goblin. That's from before Icer. Huh. There we go. That's all it took for me to change who the casting is. I don't know if you guys saw that. So now Ricky Joe is Gary in all the instances. Oh, there's a Will Watt one. Icer. Okay. All right, so let's make some labels here. We need Justin, Salvatore, City, Elf, Psycho, Boston, Accent, and then Gary is Ricky Joe, Dwarf Child, Asshole. There we go. Oh man, I don't think my Irish is masterful, that's for sure. I like doing the Irish accent, but I don't think mine is very good. Another kid picked up a rock and chucked it at the elf, who in turn raised his hand and cast a spell that reflected the rock back at him. The rock bounced off the kid's head. His siblings surrounded him, and they all piled inside the house next to the temple. Okay, so there's a little bit of confusion here because I don't think this is consistent. It says another kid picked up a rock and chucked it at the elf. I thought it's not Ricky Joe that gets hit in the head? On the corner at the end of the street stood a pair of stoic village swordsmen. They paid no heed to the disturbance. It must be a regular thing. I checked the position of the sun. We still had a good hour before the guards would disappear for the day. The stick with the small salamander was left in the middle of the street. The poor lizard was trying to drag himself away. I was going to untie the little guy. I was going to untie the little guy, but Mongo jumped forward and swallowed the salamander whole, taking half the stick with it. Swallowed the salamander whole, taking half the stick with it. Ugh, Mongo, gross. Stop eating stuff you find on the ground. Ugh, Mongo, gross. Stop eating stuff you find on the ground. Not that one. You can hear some humanity there. Round. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get.
You need to chew your food, Mongo.
Ground. That's what you get.
You need to chew your food, Mongo.
The three city elves. The three city elf NPCs glared at us as we approached. One of them rushed inside. I examined the elf. I'm just going to leave that out.
Salvatore, City Elf, Level 16, Root Druid, Temple Recruitment Wand Bearer. Temple Recruitment Wand Bearer. The Wand Bearers are the warm and fuzzy faces of the Apedo Education Center, which is the outreach department of the 201st Security Group Militia. While oftentimes doubling as door guards, the Wand Bearers are some of the most pious, most indoctrinated, and therefore the most dangerous members of the silly little cult. This particular group consists of members of the magical ops arm of the 201st. Translation: if you're gonna dance with these guys, be prepared to deal with all sorts of magical schools.
The second elf was named Carmine, and his description was almost identical, except instead of a root druid, it said he was a wind mage. The second elf was named Carmine, and his description was almost identical, except instead of a root druid, it said he was a wind mage. How do you know our names? Okay, so I'm gonna change things a little bit. Let's make this one Carmine. Oops. Because I want to give Jonathan McLean more stuff to do. Where is he? There he is. Or wait, maybe I'll do it this way. We'll call this one Carmine. And this one is, what's the other one's name? Salvatore. Okay. Let's skip all that. And let's do McLean, Carmine, City Elf, Boston accent, part of druid cult that worships an oak tree. Psycho. Actually, we'll go ahead and just give this, just say The third city elf returned, followed by a half-dozen more of his friends. These guys weren't wearing the brown robes, but the uniforms of the 201st. These guys weren't wearing the brown robes, but the uniforms of the 201st. They formed a semicircle around the entrance, blocking it. All of them were level 16, but there was a Wait a minute. But there was a All of them were level 16. All of them were level 16, but there was a menagerie of magic types, from a fire mage to a summoner to a light healer. Their dots remained white on the map. For now. All right, let's see here. Let's make this one Carmine. No, I'm not going to be doing that line because it's not me. Dirk, I'm looking forward to it as well. Justin's Boston accent is hilarious. Their dots remained white on the map. So we actually performed this this scene live. Anybody who was at LitRPG Con will probably remember it. But it was so fun, and yeah, we did have Justin up there doing his Boston accent. We should have it ready on our YouTube channel soon. Their dots remained white on the map. Oops. All right, so more dialogue. Oh, wait, no, this one's just going to be Justin. Mongo was looking a little green. That salamander wasn't sitting well in his gut. Still, the city elves all tensed. Easy, easy. Easy, easy. Not yet. Mongo was looking a little green. That salamander wasn't sitting well in his gut. Still, the city elves all little green. That salamander wasn't sitting well in his gut. Still, the city elves all tensed. Yeah, that was Jonathan McLean. Tensed. Easy, easy. Donut looked back over her shoulder. Donut looked back over her shoulder.
What? Are you scared of my butt or something? I'll have you know it's a glorious... My butt or something? I'll have you know it is glorious. This is an award-winning derriere. My butt or something? I'll have you know it is glorious. This is an award-winning derriere. Something. I'll have you know it is glorious. This is an award-winning derriere. She waggled it at the elves, jingling the crupper that hung like a skirt across her backside. One of the elves, a type of mage called an icer, growled. His dot on the map flickered to red, then back to white. They were all looking down at Donut with scowls and dismay. It hung like a skirt across her backside. Yeah, idiot's not good enough. Donut. Carl, they're going to attack us! Carl, don't move. Stay in that position. Shake your left rear leg. Donut lifted her back leg, revealing the small, magical anklet with the 3 little beads. She shook her foot. All right, we need a walla button. With the 3 little beads. She shook her foot.
The elves growled and hissed like a pack of wild animals. One of them, the female light healer, started scratching at her own face, causing rivulets of blood to form. What the actual fuck was wrong with these assholes? What the actual fuck was wrong with these assholes? They were scared of Donut's anklet. We'd found it on a dead crawler who'd been killed by the lemurs. I remembered it only... I remembered it only gave a couple of minor stat boosts and a skill called Double Tap. There wasn't anything too remarkable about it except its name, the Enchanted Anklet of the Fallen Oak. The description was all about how I shouldn't wear it, which was why I'd given it to Donut. Apparently these guys weren't fans of magical items made from oak wood. I guess that made sense, since this Apedo lady was called the Oak Mother. I'd be pretty upset too if someone was walking around with jewelry made out of dead babies. I'd be pretty upset too if someone was walking around with jewelry made out of dead... I'd be pretty upset too if someone was walking around with jewelry made out of dead babies. Yeah, Jonathan McLean. Okay, Justin again. No! I hate that. Yep. Why did it do it again? What the fuck? So sometimes, like, okay, I can right-click in Ableton and then hit one of my hotkeys here. And if I hadn't left-clicked on Ableton first, and I'd already scanned, like I'd just done some scanning through Excel, it automatically does the thing that I asked it to do in Excel instead of in Ableton, even though I right-clicked in here and got a menu to pop up and everything. It's fucking annoying. Wait a minute. Get out of dead babies. This is not a Justin line. Oops. Let me get this straight. You assholes think Donut here is this Oakfell Antichrist person because she's wearing that anklet? Salvatore wouldn't stop spitting on the ground like a damn maniac. The whole group had devolved from a bunch of angry but competent-appearing magic users to this unstable mess of nutjobs who all looked as if they'd escaped a mental hospital. The transformation had occurred in seconds. The fire mage had pissed himself. The summoner was sucking his thumb. I think I want Gary to be the one sucking his thumb. Now we need the JTJ tag. Boom. Noise outside. Salvatore pulled the acorn off the tree branch still in his hand and ate it. Salvatore pulled the acorn off the tree branch still in his hand and ate it. His entire form started to glow blue. Magical fervor appeared over his head. The others all produced acorns and ate. The others all produced acorns and ate them. The others all produced acorns and ate them. Soon, the entire group glowed. Fervor appeared over his head. The others all... Carl. Magical fervor. Mordecai. Triples their mana points and increases their strength. It also makes them glow and talk really loud. They'll be immune to your fear. Ah, shit. The plan had been to goad these guys into attacking us in front of the town guards. As long as they made the first move, Mordecai assured us the guards would fight on our side. But now I was worried the two swordsmen at the end of the street wouldn't be enough for this. Protective shell wouldn't protect us from magical attacks. I had my wisp armor, but that wouldn't help Donut. My mind raced. We had two different plays in our book that might work. We had Mold Lion, which was named after the first fight we'd used the plan in. The second, newest one, was called Mic Drop. That one would probably work better, but it would likely end with the guards hunting us, which was something I wanted to avoid if possible. Donut.
Mold line again?
Carl. I think so. Get ready. I prepared to jump forward into their midst. I'd cast Protective Shell anyway, which would physically launch them in every which direction. Like with the Mold Lions, it would hopefully kill a couple. If so, Donut would have a few precious moments to raise them from the dead, which would give us a few meat shields and even out the odds. I kept my eyes glued to the dots on the minimap, waiting for them to turn red. If I moved a second too soon, we'd be doubly fucked. The shell wouldn't push the elves, and the swordsmen guards... The shell wouldn't push the elves, and the swordsman guards would move in on us instead. The shell wouldn't push the elves, and the swordsman guards would move in on us instead. All right, I'm going to give Eunice to Annie. No, I did it again. I don't know if Andy is still here, but one of the other things that happens with Excel is that it will, like, if I'm scrolling, like if I have this selected and I scroll, sometimes it'll like pull it back up or down, or like, I don't know, sometimes I'll be scrolling down and it'll just jump up to another spot and I have to roll it back down. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Salvatore crumpled to the ground, screaming as he clutched at his head. The enormously pregnant female dwarf hit him again with the rolling pin, yelling. Behind her, the group of young dwarves who'd been playing in the street all returned. Behind her, the group of young dwarves who'd been playing in the street all returned. The rock thrower from before had a massive bandage around his head. The one who'd been holding the salamander on the stick picked up the broken branch and stared at it. Gary, Annie. Down the street, the two swordsman guards turned toward the scuffle. The pregnant dwarf stopped bashing in the head of the elf, who wasn't quite dead, but he wasn't getting up any time soon either. I read the name over her head. Eunice, level 30, Fathom Dwarf. She stood up, glaring at the other elves. Silence followed, punctuated only by the sound of her heavy breathing and the blood dripping from the rolling pin. The harsh odor of urine filled the street. I stared in surprised astonishment at the tableau. The woman had come out of nowhere. The other elves looked at each other, none of them moving, equally frozen with surprise by the unexpected violence. The summoner elf continued to suck his thumb. The healer continued to scratch at her own face. The stalemate ended when Mongo yacked the salamander back out onto the street. When Mongo yacked... The stalemate ended when Mongo yacked the salamander back out onto the street. The summoner elf continued to suck his thumb. The healer continued to scratch at her own face. The stalemate ended when Mongo yacked the salamander back out onto the street. Are you only using the mouse wheel to scroll? Yes. Like Devtron says, you have a cell selected, so if you tell Excel to move to the next cell, it will scroll that back into view. You can sort of disable it. Okay. The small, now dead lizard was still tied to the end of a broken stick. It landed in a slimy puddle with a plop. And her back out onto the street. The small, now dead lizard was still tied to the end of a broken stick. It let... The small, now dead lizard was still tied to the end of a broken stick in a slimy puddle. just going to leave it like that. The young dwarf stepped forward. His name was Ricky Joe, level 2, juvenile fathom dwarf. He looked at the unmoving salamander. It all went downhill from here. No! The Icer elf, the first to break from his shock, shot a boomerang-shaped pulse at Eunice the dwarf. It hit the pregnant woman square in the chest, and she rocketed back, frozen solid. Her health moved to the red. A second, smaller health bar appeared over her stomach. This one was also in the red, though not as deep. Frosted appeared with a 60-second countdown. The young dwarves all cried out, running to their mother, all except young Ricky Joe, who knelt before Benjamin and the dead salamander. Nope. The young dwarves all cried out, running to their mother, all except young Ricky Joe, who knelt before Benjamin the dead salamander. His lower lip quivered as he picked up the broken stick. Slime dripped off. At this moment, not a single dot on the map was yet red, but the swordsman guards clomped noisily onto the scene, unsheathing their massive weapons. They moved toward the frozen pregnant dwarf. The remaining children scattered, rushing across the street, all except the one with the bandage on his head, who draped himself over his mother's form. The guards did not care. They both lifted their swords over their heads. I was very aware that what I did next would be considered a very stupid thing. I was also aware that nobody left on the street at this moment was innocent. Nobody except maybe Benjamin, who was already dead, and the baby dwarf in Eunice's belly. Nobody except maybe Benjamin, who was already dead, and the baby dwarf in Eunice's belly. The elves were assholes. The rock-throwing dwarf kid was a prick who'd gotten what he deserved. Eunice obviously had some anger and birth control issues she needed to work out. And Ricky Joe, the salamander torturer, was obviously well on the path toward the life of a serial killer. All of this ran through my head. All of this ran through my head as I attacked the guards. I formed a fist, stepped forward, and I punched the closest of the two level 75 village swordsmen as hard as I could. My fist smashed into the side of the armored creature. It was as if I'd punched the side of a Sherman tank. Ah! It left an impression in the metal, but the guard did not stagger. A health bar did not appear. He and his companion paused their attack and turned toward me. Both of their dots turned red on the map. Uh-oh. Ah! It left an impression in the metal, but... All right, this should be Justin. Warning, you have been branded as a troublemaker at this settlement. The same moment as I punched the guard, young Ricky Joe decided to... The same moment as I punched the guard, young Ricky Joe decided to also enter the Idiot of the Day contest. Idiot of the Day contest. The boy, still clutching the half-stick of wood with the dead salamander tied onto it, punched Mongo the Velociraptor in the face. All right, so this is going to be fun. The boy moved to punch a second time, but when he pulled his arm back, he found that it was no longer there. Mongo, quick as a snake, had bitten off the dwarf's arm below the elbow, swallowing it along with Benjamin for the second time.
Mongo, hold! Mongo, hold!
Donut had saved the idiot boy's life. For now, the dinosaur once again looked ill. For now, the dinosaur... life. For now, the dinosaur once again looked ill. Idiot boy's life. For now, the dinosaur once again, the idiot boy's life. For now, the dinosaur once again looked ill. Looked ill. Again, looked ill. Again, looked ill. Door once again, looked ill. Looked ill. The dinosaur, once again, looked ill. The dinosaur... For now, the dinosaur, once again, looked ill. For now, the dinosaur, once again, looked ill. The dinosaur, once again, looked ill. There we go. I leaped back into the midst of the still gawking magic users as the swordsman's wide blade smashed into the ground. The blade missed me, instead drilling into Salvatore, who'd just been healed back to consciousness by the face-scratching light healer. He'd been sitting on the ground, shaking his head. He was cleaved in half, cut right down the center like a damn bagel. Behind the guards, the children swarmed their still-frozen mother and began pulling her back across the street. And standing between the guards was little Ricky Joe, looking at the stump of his arm, which was now shooting blood into the air like one of those summertime sprinklers for kids. I reached forward and picked the heavy dwarf child up, shoving him under my left arm while... I reached forward and picked the heavy dwarf child up, shoving him under my left arm like a football as I pulled a boom jug into my right arm. For kids. I reached... Come here, you fucking idiot. Come here, you fucking idiot. Come here, you fucking idiot. Kids. Come here, you... Come here, you fucking idiot. Kids. Come here, you... For kids. Come here, you... I reached forward and picked... Mic drop! Mic drop!
Are we taking the kid?
Mic drop!
Are we taking the kid?
Mic drop!
Are we taking the kid?
I jumped out of the way of another sword cleave. These things were strong, practically indestructible, but they were also slow as hell. Ah! Ah!
Taking the kid.
Ah! I jumped out of the way of another sword cleave. Yes! Go!
Set.
Was hell. Yes! Go!
Set.
Was hell. Yes! Go! I lightly tossed the lit jug straight up into the air. I watched it rise as I mentally counted down I watched it rise as I mentally counted down the 2 seconds. The jug reached its apex and started its descent right toward my head. All 4 of us, me, Donut, Mongo, and Ricky Joe, blinked away, reappearing on the roof of a building across the street thanks to Donut's puddle jumper spell.
Set.
I lightly tossed the lit jug straight up into the air. I watched it... I whirled, facing the scene just in time to see the boom jug hit the ground and fully engulf everyone and everything standing there by the entrance to the temple. Bill. I whirled, facing the facing the scene just in time to see the entrance to the temple. The remaining eight city elves were instantly crisped. The 2 city guards, both of them in the process of swinging their swords at me, recovered and looked at each other. A health bar appeared over both of them, though it barely moved, and they seemed oblivious to the raging fire. They stepped away from the conflagration. They faced the fire and stopped moving. They hadn't seen where we'd gone. Thankfully, Eunice and the other children were far enough away to not be caught in the blast. The door to the building next to the one we were standing upon opened, and a pair of human NPCs rushed out and pulled them inside as other NPCs rushed into the street to see what was happening. The fire moved to the entrance of the corrupt temple, and soon the entire building, along with the home next door, was engulfed. Here, drink this. Drink the damn potion, kid. The blood stopped flowing, and his health bar returned to the green. His arm did not grow back. The boy turned to the ill-looking Mongo and moved to hit the dinosaur again, this time with his left arm, but I held him back. Nope. Okay. Mongo obliged. Mongo obliged. What's up, Slocum? Slocum? All right, who do we need? We need everybody in this one. All right. Now that we're on to the next scene, I think, would you guys prefer to watch the Ableton rather than the script? All right. Ableton it is. Let's check on our Instagram audience. 2 people here. What's up? All right. They also wanted the Ableton. All right. Glad to see people on Instagram hanging with us. We waited until sunset. We waited until sunset before leaving our hiding spot atop the building. After the brief, chaotic fight on the street down below, the 2 guards remained in their prison. Nope. The 2 guards remained After the brief, chaotic fight on the street down below, the 2 guards remained in their position facing the fire. They did not move. They did not look up. Multiple NPCs, including Skyfowl, came to inspect the burning building. Nobody paid us any heed. Nobody except Mordecai, who spent a solid 10 minutes straight swearing at us over chat because we'd activated the guards' aggro. Ricky Joe sat cross-legged on the roof, sullenly clutching onto the remains of his severed limb and the twice-eaten corpse of his pet salamander, Benjamin. He'd screamed bloody murder when he learned we wouldn't be able to reattach the arm, but Donut had talked him into sitting down and calmly waiting for night to descend. Once the building was fully engulfed, it appeared whatever spells protected the immediate area also fled, once again allowing Donut's charm to be effective. After the brief... Hey, kid. You know, that wasn't very cool, right? Try it. Hey, kid. Hey, kid. You know, that wasn't very cool, right? Tying the little lizard to the end of the stick. It's pretty fucked up.
You shouldn't say bad words to kids. But yes, Ricky Joe, you shouldn't do that. But yes, Ricky Joe, you shouldn't do that. But yes, Ricky Joe, you shouldn't do that. Bad words to kids. But yes, Ricky Joe, words to kids. But yes, Ricky Joe.
A few moments later, the 2 guards abruptly turned and walked away. I watched them clank their way through the town streets. They converged with other groups of the swordsmen, and they all entered a building on the same street as the magistrate's headquarters. They converged with other groups of the swordsmen, and they all entered a building on the same street as the magistrate's headquarters. They converged with They converged with other groups of the swordsmen, and they all entered a building on the same street as the magistrate's headquarters. Fuck! They converged with other groups of the swordsmen, and they all entered a building on the same street as the magistrate's headquarters. There we go. Hey, did you ever see anything unusual coming in and out of there? Or hear anything weird? More Getty. I looked at Donut. So, a bunch of women from out of town were coming to this temple, and then they were led away by a female skyfowl. Interesting. We needed to get moving. There was no easy way off the roof. Donut's puddle jumper wouldn't reset for another 4 hours, and we needed it for the next part of this evening's investigations. I sighed as I pulled out my rope, reflecting on all that had changed since we'd woken up this morning. It had been a crazy long day, and it wasn't over yet. We wouldn't be able to casually walk around town anymore. We'd be fine at night, but while the sun was up, we'd be attacked by the guards, which really sucked. There were other nearby towns, but this was the largest one in the area, and with just about 3 days left until collapse, it was getting too late to venture far from the only exit we'd discovered so far, which was a half-day's walk from here. And with just about 3 days left until collapse, it was getting too late to venture far from the only exit we'd discovered so far, which was a half-day's walk from here, in the ruins of Grimaldi's circus. Donut pulled Mongo into the pet carrier and waited for me to climb down the rope. I had to carry the protesting Ricky Joe under my arm. I ended up accidentally dropping him the last 10 feet, but he was mostly fine. He belly flopped hard onto the ground, losing his weak grip on the severed arm and salamander corpse. But this was the largest one in the area, and with just about 3 days left until collapse, it was getting too late to venture for area. And with just about 3 days left until area. And with just about 3 days left until collapse area. And with just about 3 days left until collapse, it was getting too late to venture far from the only exit we'd discovered so far, which was a half-day's walk from here, in the ruins of Grimaldi's circus. Donut pulled Mongo into the pet carrier and waited for me to climb down the rope. I had to carry the protesting Ricky Joe under my arm. I ended up accidentally dropping it. Rope. I had to carry the protesting Ricky Joe under my arm. I ended up accidentally dropping him the last 10 feet, but he was mostly fine. Joe under my arm. Joe under my arm. I ended up accidentally dropping. No, fuck. But he was. Right. But he was mostly fine. You're fine. Walk it off, kid. His health had barely blipped. The moment we hit the ground, Donut casually leaped off the building like it was nothing. I grasped the rope and pulled it into my inventory.
You need to work on your jumping. You need to work on your jumping. You need to work on your jumping, Carl. Or figure out how to fly.
Inventory.
You need to work on your jumping, Carl. Or figure out how to fly.
An ear-piercing scream from within the next door building. An ear-piercing scream from within the next door building. An ear-piercing scream from within the next door building reverberated through the street. Why? He rushed toward the door. I exchanged a look with Donut and shook my head. Toward the door. I exchanged. He rushed toward the door. I exchanged a. I exchanged a look with Donut and shook my head. We made a quick stop at the Silk Road before returning to the One-Eyed Narwhal. We made a quick stop at the Silk Road before returning to the One-Eyed Narwhal. Our funds were starting to run low. I'd picked up 3 more boxes of hoblobbers, all of them the impact-detonated version. Pustule had also bought a 10-pack of the hobgoblin smoke curtains, which were found... Pustule had also brought a 10-pack of the hobgoblin smoke curtains, which were round, fused bombs that would supposedly work much better than the goblin smoke bombs. I purchased all 10. Mordecai was already in the narwhal when we arrived, which meant... Mordecai was already in the narwhal when we arrived, which meant he'd walked there on his own from his guild hall. Mordecai was already in the narwhal when we arrived, which meant he'd walked there on his own from his guild hall. The recap show was about to begin, and he sat at the table chatting with a strange woman. A crawler, I realized, seeing the blue dot on the map. So, shapeshifting is a tricky subject, but you can get a hold of it. The key is to find some way to connect your mind with the rest of your body in a holistic way. Let's see. I know you're still nervous, and I know it's weird to be away from the people that you've been with this entire time, but trust me, You're gonna like Carl and Donut. They may be a little rough around the edges, but they'll take care of you. Okay. So, shapeshifting is a tricky subject. All right, so pustule. Mordecai was already in the narwhal when we arrived, which meant he'd walked there on his own from his guild hall. The recap. So Mordecai was already in the narwhal when we arrived, which meant Mordecai was already in the narwhal when we arrived, which meant he'd walked there on his own from his guild hall. The recap show was about to begin, and he sat at the table chatting with a strange woman. A crawler, I realized, seeing the blue dot on the map. I know.
It's Heckler's friend! Yay! She found us! It's Heckler's friend! Yay! She found us!
On the map.
It's Heckler's friend! Yay!
Tea. Drink tea. Shit. I'd completely forgotten about that. As we approached, the woman turned to look at us, and I stopped in my tracks. She was odd looking. I couldn't tell her age. The blonde-haired woman's eyes were too big, too high on her face. Her nose was crooked and sideways, and her chin appeared to be lumpy. Also, I could see that the individual hairs on her head were much too thick. She appeared to be wearing a poorly sewn tracksuit and blocky snow boots. I examined her properties. Just going to get rid of those whenever I can. Crawler number 9,077,265. I blinked a few times, trying to wrap my mind around it. She clearly wasn't human. And what the hell was a monster truck driver class? My eyes focused on that level 9. She was 10 levels below me. She had a pair of stars by her name, the neighborhood and borough boss. Still level 9. That was going to be a problem.
Hi, Katya. Are you Heckler's friend?
So I've been thinking about Lucky Byfleet for this role. Again, I wanted to get the Icelandic. In there. And Lucky Byfleet lives in Iceland. She's an English woman, but she's really good at the Icelandic accent. But I still want her accent to be lighter. Like maybe an Icelandic person who is really well educated, who visits England on a regular basis, whatever, Gosh, this is just this is a hard subject, and I don't know. I think I need to do some auditioning maybe between like the other person I'm thinking of is Jessica Threet. I don't know if Jessica's got an Icelandic accent or not. So Andrea might, maybe. Andrea Parsnow is Katya. Maybe. Get Lucky as Hecla. Get Andrea as Katya. Maybe Jessica as Eva. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just call it Katya for now. Instead of marking with the actor. Mongo approached her hesitantly, sniffing at her. Seeing that she wasn't a threat, he made a few circles and then curled up on the floor. Mongo approached her hesitantly, sniffing at her. Seeing that she wasn't a threat, he made a sniffing at her. Seeing that she wasn't a sniffing at her. Seeing that she wasn't a threat, he made a few circles and then curled up on the and then let's do a little bit more snuffling. Seeing that she wasn't a threat, he made a few circles and then curled up on the floor. Seeing that she wasn't a threat, he made a few circles and then curled up on the floor. Hello. Hello. Let's just make a Katya one. When she talked, her mouth moved oddly, like her voice was overdubbed. Strange. I wouldn't be able to talk to Hecla directly. I could talk to other crawlers over chat, like the way I talked to Brandon, but only after we both initiated the chat handshake, which had to be done in person. Okay, long bit of dialogue here. I finally sat down at the table. Over the bar, the recap show began.
Icelandic. It sounds a little bit like this. There's that fluttery R, and they scoop up a lot. It's hard to describe, but there's like question sound a lot. It's really hard. I've not really practiced it at all, but just listen to Bjork. Here. There's like an Englishness to her voice, to her accent as well.
So young. So goddamn young. This is like early 90s. And that was Conan O'Brien, if you guys couldn't tell. So young. You heard no sound? How is that possible? Nobody heard any sound? Really? That's crazy. I was hearing the speakers and you guys can't... Can you hear my voice? What the fuck? All right, let me try it again. Sorry, guys. I don't know why. Can you still not hear it? You guys still can't hear it? What the fuck? This is so bizarre. How is this possible? Let me see what's going on here. This is bizarre. I mean, how can you guys hear the speakers? Like, you can hear the playback, right? When I'm on Ableton?
I blinked a few times, trying to wrap my mind around it. She clearly wasn't human. And
Can you hear the playback here?
Truck driver class. My eyes focused on that level 9. She was 10 levels below me.
What?
She had a pair of stars by her name. The neighborhood and borough.
How are you hearing that, but not the... All right, let's go cancellation. See what happens there. I didn't even know echo cancellation was on. It shouldn't have been on. Let's try one more time.
I'm talking with Björk. Thank you very much. This is a new band you've just put together. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is most everyone there from Iceland?
No, they're actually quite a collection. There's people from India, Barbados, Iran, Turkey.
Wow.
Wales.
All right.
Now, where are you from originally? You're from...
I'm from Iceland.
Now, you grew up there. Your parents are from there as well? Or?
Yeah, I lived there just since this year, you know.
Oh, okay. Now, so you grew up, your musical development then was all in Iceland. What's it like over there? What's the music scene like there?
Oh, it's a lot of sort of isolated people who actually know how to control and operate electricity, but they don't.
But good music comes from that situation.
Yeah, and they're kind of isolated, and then kind of they sneak and listen to American radio, and then they kind of like get sort of what's going on in Europe as well,
Right.
and then they kind of like misunderstand it in a very beautiful way.
Well, that's great. No, that's great. And this is, were your parents into music? Were they supportive about this when you...
Yeah, they're very supportive, but my dad is actually an electrician, and my mum is a fortune teller.
She's a fortune teller?
Yeah.
Is she pulling good money doing that? Is this...
No, she kind of does it more to help people.
Right. Well, that's great. I wanted to ask
Is
you
that
about
better?
your eyebrows, I don't know if we can get a shot. Did people see this? Those are those tattoos or?
No, I just draw them.
Oh, you just draw them on?
Yeah, I'm just so much into Indian films. And they make all these beautiful patterns above their eyes. So it's a bit sort of like, yeah, I'm basically a fan of all them Indian stars, you know, film stars.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, now this is a, this is your new CD right here, and this is with this band right here, everybody.
Yep.
And how is this different from your work with the Sugar Cubes?
I guess the biggest difference is that I became a bit selfish on this one and kind of wrote all the tunes and kind of like
This is Bjork.
control people.
Right.
Well, not in a complete manner, but I
Right.
kind of
But you
like,
feel like this is more just purely your work.
yeah. I mean, it is kind of my music, but the Sugar Cubes are kind of like we wrote it together, you know.
All right. Well, listen, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to step away. We're flush out of time.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for coming on the show, and good luck with the album.
Thank you.
All right.
So it's basically an English accent. It's basically an English accent with a few different like consonant sounds and a slightly different melody. Like the especially the R. The R is like the big thing. The fluttery, feathery R. We recorded. And then I don't know. There's just other things that I can't even really describe. All right. So is this volume better? Hey, what's up, Neil? Sure. So is my voice loud enough now? I just turned it up a lot, so. How's this? How's this? Is this better? Anyway, you're a doppelganger? What does that mean? He let it hang, indicating her face. But I have some experience in this subject, and I am helping her obtain a more natural appearance.
Face. But I have...
I rummaged through my inventory. I found what I was looking for and placed it on the table. It was a hand-sized chunk of broken mirror. I'd looted it on the first floor from the remains of the gym after our fight with the juicer. I had enough broken glass in there to form a wall of mirrors. She picked it up. She had a timid way of moving. She reminded me of a rabbit, skittish and furtive, like she would bolt if I raised my voice. How is this woman still here? How is she alive? I didn't know who Juan Grease was, but I imagined he was someone who sucked at painting faces. How do you pronounce his name again?
Juan Grease.
Okay. I have it turned all the way up. So there's not much I can do about it.
But I imagined he was someone who sucked at painting faces.
I didn't know who Juan Grease was, but I imagined he was someone who sucked at painting faces. As I watched, her face twisted and heaved like something was underneath it, moving things about. Her eyes changed shape and moved into a more correct position. It was like watching someone model clay with invisible hands. Carl, what's the catch, Mordecai? Mordecai, massive constitution and good dexterity. She sucks at everything else, especially strength, which seems counterintuitive. She is not a fighter, and her level is low, so despite her ability to absorb a lot of physical and magical damage, she's still far behind the curve. I once fought an indestructible wombat thing on the 8th floor. The monsters could absorb a direct hit to the face with a celestial warhammer, but they were small and weak, so instead we just picked them up and dunked them headfirst into buckets of water. They quickly drowned. Carl. Jesus, Mordecai. Mordecai. My point is, the strongest, most indestructible wall in the world isn't that tough if you can pick it up and toss it aside. It's just like with your shelf plan later tonight. Carl, we letting her join our party? Won't that dilute our experience pool too much?
Won't that
dilute our experience pool too much? Donut.
We have to! We promised Hecla!
Carl. No, you promised Hecla. Mordecai. As long as you button up this quest tonight, you can spend the last 2 days grinding and you'll be on track, even with her tagging along. Before you got here, I talked Fitz into letting me look at his herb stash, and I managed to steal last night's newsletter. There's something in there we need to talk about. But get her in the party first. Tell Hecla we said that we'll take it from here, and to stay safe. We spent the next few minutes getting her added to our party. I took a look at her stats. Strength, 11. No, let's just do Justin there. Strength, 11. How did you manage to get your constitution so high? It was a graphic of Donut, her eyes slit. It was an image from last night when she'd been drinking at the bar. A lightning bolt appeared, and on the other side of the screen an image of 2 Rottweilers slammed into place. It was purposely reminiscent of the boss battle graphic. Donut's image appeared on the screen. Donut's image appeared on the screen. Donut's image appeared on the screen. Her leaning over her cocktail. The screen flickered, changing to a shot of Lucia Marr. She sat on the couch next to a wolf-headed host. Lucia was in the strength-based, skull-faced cycle of her Laja Bless form. She and the wolfman... She and the wolfman laughed cruelly as Gustavo and Cece ripped apart some small, fuzzy animal while the audience howled encouragement. What the hell is this bullshit? It's an arena fight show. I already told Zev to never let you on one. The fights aren't real. It's complicated. The scene cut to Lucia Marr's face, zoomed in super close. Her skull eye sockets teemed with bugs. Okay, it says Wolfman, but this is Chaco. Isn't it spelled A-C-O? C-H-A-C-O? Chaco? Let's see here. Damn it. Where's my Google Drive? Yep. Chaco, ACO. Okay, so we don't have anyone for Lucia Marr. I was thinking Alejandra LaFleur for her. I think that's what I'm going to do.
Her skull eye sockets teemed with bugs.
Okay, so there we go. We'll call this, let's go ahead and do this again. DCW number 3. She seems nice. I had to remind myself that Lucia was a little kid. What kind of fucked up childhood did she have?
This is an outrage! That wasn't a challenge, Carl. We need to tell... Challenge, Carl? We need to tell them that it was a mistake. I don't want to fight those two stupid dogs. We'd kill them easy, sure, but I don't want those ugly skulls after my name. Carl, we need to tell them that it was a mistake. Carl, we need to tell them that it was a mistake. I don't want to fight those two stupid dogs. We'd kill them easy, sure, but I don't want those ugly skulls after my name.
God damn it. God damn it to hell. God damn. They're going to bring us together somehow, aren't they? Of course they are. But not yet. They'll want some build-up first. Hell, they're going to bring us together somehow, aren't they? Of course they are. Will it happen on this floor? No way. It won't be until after the 3rd round of sponsorships, so on or after the 6th. Does that mean they'll go easy on us until then? Maybe, but probably not. Whatever happened to them trying to kill us off early? They're still trying to end as early as possible, but they need money, so you high performers are going to be treated differently. All of this ties in with what I need to talk to you guys about. Borant is warning the shopkeepers and pub owners to be extra careful not to anger crawlers. It doesn't explicitly say this in the newsletter, but I can read between the lines. Some of you guys are getting much stronger than you should. That kid trashing the Desperado Club 2 nights ago is proof of that. Most loot boxes are controlled by the system AI, and it appears the system is attempting to compensate for the shorter time limits. Borant controls the mobs and the experience earned, for the most part, but the system AI is still the ultimate arbiter and is using that strength to even out the odds. Is that why you didn't have a fit when we decided to take on this quest? You were already snagged in that quest's net. It happens. I could tell this was a good one from the get-go. Usually you have to just bring something from point A to point B and it's done. Or you just have to kill someone. These more elaborate quests are also a symptom of the shorter floors. Now, you two get a couple of... Now, you two get a couple hours of sleep. Once Donut's puddle jumper resets, you'll go back out there. And since you've pissed off the guards, we need to make sure you both finish. Back out there. And since you've... Once Donut's puddle jumper resets, you'll go back out there. And since you've pissed off the guards, we need to make sure you finish this before the sun is up. In the meantime, I'm going to help Katya train her face. She's not going out with you tonight. But when you're done with the quest, you'll spend the rest of the time on the floor grinding together. Sleep. Once Donut pours. Now, you two get a couple hours of sleep. Mordecai, try to keep her alive. But if she does die, make sure you get those rings off her finger. Carl, you are stone cold, Mordecai. All right, we're gonna create a new scene here in the script. I keep forgetting I need to make the space first before I copy and paste. What the hell? All right, here we go. Meet Katya, Gary, and DCW3. All right, guys, I have to go let the dog out and take a little bathroom break myself. So before I get started on the next scene, I'm going to take a little break. Going to add this to my damn Let's see here. Go this way. There we go. All right, let's... Did we already collect all and save? All right. Scene 3. All right. All right, so while I'm going to try and go back and forth here while I'm narrating, compressing these episodes so that I can upload them. All right. This late in the evening, the entire town was asleep. The pubs were all closed. Nobody walked the main streets. The only light was from the sign of the Desperado Club a few streets over, towering over the city. An eerie silence punctuated the night, broken occasionally by horrific, unearthly screams that seemed to come from everywhere. I didn't like that last
Late in the evening, the entire town was asleep.
Didn't like it. Actually, guys, I forgot I need to put something in my stomach. I forgot to do that today. As far as food. Jeff, can I ask a question? And if I guess correctly, will you confirm it? Cleanerbot, Book 8, we're getting a monologue from it, right? Yes, correct. I don't know how you guessed, but this is the truth. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a chocolate croissant thingy just to put some stuff in my stomach. 2, 3, 4. Cleanerbot. You know, actually, the Audio Immersion Tunnel would be the ideal place for a Cleanerbot episode or something. for poking smut. I do not get high before I narrate. Just so you guys know, it makes me terrible at it. All right. And let's start going to episode 2. Starting over. This late in the evening. This late in the evening, the entire town was asleep. This late in the evening, the entire town was asleep. The pubs were all closed. Nobody walked the main streets. The only light was from the sign of the Desperado Club a few streets over, towering over the city. An eerie silence punctuated the night, broken occasionally by horrific, unearthly screams that seemed to come from everywhere. In order to break into the magistrate's home, we first needed to get into an alleyway, scale the exterior of a small building we'd scoped out earlier, and then use the puddle jumper spell to hop over to the roof of the magistrate's building. The alley contained a group of level 14 monsters called Shadow Leaks. They were smoke-like ghost-class mobs that swarmed at us as we approached the side of the building. They utilized a stinging cold attack, which I was resistant to thanks to my night gaunt cloak. They utilized a stinging cold attack, which I was resistant to thanks to my night gaunt cloak. Thankfully, my magical gauntlet was able to do damage. Thankfully, my magical gauntlet was able to damage them just as easily as if they were made of flesh, and Mongo's magical teeth caps could also hurt them. The ghosts gave off an unusually high amount of experience and were easy to kill. Mongo hit level 13 and got noticeably larger, rising to the height of my chest. He'd gone from dog-sized to pony-sized, just like that. Donut leaped from my shoulders to the back of Mongo. Donut leaped from my shoulders to the back of Mongo to see if she could ride him, but the dinosaur got so excited that he started jumping up and down, tossing Donut away. She poofed all her hair out in anger and returned to my shoulder. She poofed all her hair out in anger and returned to my shoulder. She poofed all her hair out in anger and returned to my shoulder.
We'll work on that later.
Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that. No, never mind. I don't know. Sometimes, like, so what we have here, you know, is him describing the fight with the shadow leaks. And we could have, like, combat sounds of them actually doing this stuff behind the narration. But I don't know. Like, sometimes we should do it and sometimes we shouldn't. Maybe because they're doing an infiltration thing and, you know, they're not just moving from one place to another. This is actually, like, kind of part of the mission. Maybe it does make sense to illustrate it. I think I'm going to just do it. So he just grew again.
And then used the puddled mess as we approached the side of the building. Thankfully, my magical gauntlet was able to damage them just as easily as if they were made of flesh, and Mongo's magical flesh, and Mongo's magical teeth caps could also hurt them. Could also hurt them. The ghosts gave up. The ghosts gave off an unusually high amount of experience and were easy to kill. Mongo hit level 13 and got noticeably larger. Rising to the height of my chest. He'd gone from dog-sized to pony-sized, just... Donut leaped from my shoulders to the back of Mongo to see if she could ride him, but the dinosaur got so excited that he started rising to the height of my chest. He'd gone from dog-sized to pony-sized, just like that. Donut leaped from my shoulders to the back of Mongo to see if she dog-sized to pony-sized she could ride him, but the dinosaur got so excited.
Okay, so it needs to be a little bit lower.
Okay. Okay, are you ready? Morgan, no! Woo!
Gone from dog-sized to pony-sized, just like that. Donut leaped from my shoulders to the back of Mongo to see if she could ride him, but the dinosaur got so excited that he started jumping up and down.
Okay, are you
Donut
ready?
leaped from my shoulders to see if she could ride him. dinosaur got so excited that he started jumping up and down, tossing...
Okay, maybe I'll just do one of these.
Okay. Could ride him.
Okay, are you ready?
But the dinosaur got so excited that he started jumping up and down, tossing Donut away. She poofed all her hair out in anger.
Let's do this.
Jumping up and down. She poofed all hopping up and down. She poofed all her hair out in anger and returned to my shoulder.
We'll work on that later.
The residential building was ringed by a series of conveniently placed trellises on the exterior that made for easy scaling. Mongo went into the carrier as Donut leaped from window to window, quickly reaching the third-floor roof. I followed, scaling the trellis, but I quickly made it to the angled, shingle-covered. But I quickly made it to the angled, shingle-covered roof, my heart thrashing. The long magistrate building spread before us. Earlier, we'd come in from another side, using a different building's roof to enter through the main entrance and into the mall below. This building we stood upon now was a full story higher than the last one, and we were going to jump straight into the magistrate building's roof. This building we stood upon now was a full story higher than the last one, and we were going to jump straight to the magistrate building's roof. This building we stood upon now was the mall below. This building we stood upon now was a full story higher than the last one, and we were going to jump straight to the magistrate building's roof. Nope, it's coming real soon, Patrick. Building's roof. That was assuming anything was left after I blew the 3 sticks of dynamite. I'd hidden them inside the shelves that held up Miss Quill's Beanie Babies. When I'd reattached the shelves to the wall, I'd found that they were hollow inside. I'd placed 3 sticks and a glob of hobgoblin pus, the remote detonator, in the second shelf. We wouldn't be able to blow through the magical door that protected the next room over, but just by knocking on the wall, I could tell we could easily breach directly through the wood. I spent a moment examining our surroundings, searching the air for flying mobs. I didn't see anything. Just one building over from this one, directly across the opposite street, was the large, warehouse-like building that held all of the inactive swordsman guards. I could feel it there, an ominous presence sandwiching us between the equally imposing magistrate's building. I hoped the guards remained within like they were supposed to. Mordecai insisted they'd remain inactive all night, but I was worried. We were about to cause a very large, very loud ruckus. We'd originally had a different plan, but after my test earlier with the hobgoblin dynamite, we'd had to rethink how we were going to proceed. Oops, crap. All right, Excel, why don't you do what I say? Oh, great. All right, well, it's just going to not do that, and it's going to have this weird glitchy thing on it. I'm just going to quit. Restart it. Okay. That was nothing. Words of inspiration. Cheeseburger. Oh man, I want a cheeseburger. No, dude. Not this time. So, what it did was it left something on the screen. Like, while I scrolled down, that same value was just following the entire time. Oh man, I'm so hungry now. I want a cheeseburger. Okay, there's a movie that I keep hearing this quote every time I say cheeseburger over the past like few weeks. Every time I've said the word cheeseburger, I'm reminded of this scene in a movie that I cannot remember what movie it is, but there's a guy, he pops out of nowhere and he's like, I got these 2 cheeseburgers, man. I'll suck your dick. Anybody know what that's from? Is it I'm gonna get you, sucker? That was like my best guess. No, menace to society. Don't be a menace? Don't be a menace. Don't be a menace. Oh, yeah. In South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. Yep, that's it.
Hobgoblin dynamite, we'd had to rethink how we were going to proceed.
All right, here we go. Oh, here we go. Get ready.
Wait! I have to remember my lines.
Get ready.
Wait! I have to remember my lines. Him!
Oops.
Him! Lines. Him!
She shook her paw as I pulled the mysterious letter from my inventory. It was Mordecai who'd figured out what the mysterious letter really was. We'd found it with Gum Gum's inventory after she'd been killed. We figured it was something she'd pulled off the dead body of a prostitute. It turns out it was likely planted there on purpose in the hopes it would be picked up by whomever was in charge of investigating the deaths. Earlier this morning, as we'd stood outside of the narwhal, staring at the dead corpse with the words, "No, you won't," carved into her body, which had been in response to me saying we'd hunt down and kill whoever was responsible, I had been horrified. Whoever this is, listening to us talk, he can hear and see us. That's unlikely. You were in a safe room. Yet here we are. He'd done it fast, too. She'd dropped just a few moments after I'd spoken. Tell me exactly what you were doing at the time when... Tell me exactly what you were doing at the time when they dropped this girl on the building. It was only then I realized I'd been clutching onto the mysterious letter as I'd told Donut that we'd get revenge for Gum Gum. I should have realized. Don't take it out. It won't work while it's in your inventory. It's a necroscript scroll, all right, but it's also covered in blood. I thought that was from the dead body it was found on, but I think it's actually the blood of the caster. The scroll has already been used. Scrolls usually disappear once used, but not always. Well, what is it?
Always. Well, what is it?
Suppurating Eye, a common lich spell. It's usually not in scroll form, but it's not unheard of. The caster reads the spell, then leaks a bodily fluid onto a surface. The caster can then see and hear anything happening near the spilled fluid. It's like placing a spy camera. He spilled it directly on the scroll, which he knew would be picked up. As long as it's out of your inventory, he'll know where you are and can hear you talk. You probably won't be able to sell it to anybody, so you should get rid of it. You probably won't be able to sell it to anybody, so you should get rid of it. You probably won't be able to sell it to anybody, so you should get rid of it.
And hear you talk. You probably won't be able to sell it to...
Or we can use it. We can talk to him and tell him what a jerk he is, get him mad enough to come to us.
Or we can use it.
We can talk to him and tell him what a jerk he is, get him mad enough to come to us.
Use it. We can talk to him and tell him what a jerk he is, get him mad enough to come to us. Use it. We can...
That's actually a great idea.
Of course it's a great idea, Carl. I always come up with great ideas.
I now gingerly placed the scroll on the roof tiles. I now gingerly placed the scroll on the roof tiles. I still don't know what this is. When we're done here, we need to sell it.
Do you think there will be more scrolls in there? It looks valuable. We should find one without blood on it.
I still don't know what this is.
I still don't know what this is. When we're done here, we need to sell it.
Sell it.
Do you think there will be more scrolls in there? It looks valuable. We should find one without blood on it.
After we finish looting that filing cabinet in the reception area, we can look through the office for more scrolls. We should probably steal all of those stuffed animals on Miss Quill's desk, too, especially those ones on the top shelf in the little cases. I bet those are worth something to somebody. And if they're not, we can always use them to light campfires.
Good idea. Plus, Mongo needs a chew toy.
Okay, we're going to wait another minute to make sure nothing is flying around above us. Then we'll zap over to the roof, hammer our way through the ceiling, and drop into that office. The key to that door has to be in there somewhere.
It's a foolproof plan.
I put the letter back into my inventory. There.
There!
Donut pointed into the sky. A group of 4 Krassu emerged, coming from underneath the building. It appeared they'd been on the first unoccupied floor, waiting for us. They emerged now, heading toward our position on the roof. Go! Go!
Oh,
Donut zapped Mongo back onto the roof.
Quiet!
The dinosaur grunted angrily, then realized he was on an angled roof and started scrambling. Donut quickly cast Clockwork Triplicate on the dinosaur and then pulled the original Mongo back into his carrier. We'd need him again in a minute. But not right now. Donut quickly cast Clockwork.
Quiet!
The dinosaur grunted angrily, then the dinosaur grunted angrily, then realized he was on an angled roof and started scrambling. Donut quickly cast Clockwork Triplicate on the dinosaur and then pulled the original Mongo back into his carrier. Roof and started scrambling. Donut quickly cast Clockwork Triplicate on the dinosaur and then pulled the original Mongo back into his carrier. We'd need him again in a minute, but not right now. The two Clockwork Mongos both squeaked with disappointment as Mongo disappeared. I pulled the lit hobgoblin smoke curtain into my chistera and tossed it onto the opposite roof. I then lit a second one and wedged it into a roof tile at our feet. But not right now. The two clockwork Mongos both squeaked with disappointment as Mongo disappeared. I pulled the lit hobgoblin smoke curtain into my chistera and tossed it onto the opposite roof. I then lit a second one and wedged it into a roof tile at our feet. The opposite roof. I then lit a second one and wedged it into a roof tile at our feet. I then lit a second one and wedged it into a roof tile. I then lit a second one and wedged it into a roof tile at our feet. Donut gave a quick set of instructions to the two dinosaurs, and they both howled as the heavy smoke started to billow into the night air. I quickly pulled the mysterious letter out. Trying to remember what her instructions were.
Okay, are you ready to jump across the roofs? Okay, are you ready to jump over to the next buildings? Okay, are you ready to jump over Okay, are you two ready to jump over to the next building?
There we go. The lit hobgoblin smoke curtain into my chistera and tossed it onto the opposite roof. I then lit a second one and wedged it into a roof tile at our feet.
Okay,
Donut gave a quick set of instructions to the two dinosaurs, and they...
Okay.
Donut gave a quick set of instructions to the two dinosaurs. Quick set of instructions to the two dinosaurs. To the two dinosaurs, and they both howled as the heavy smoke...
Oh, howled.
Set of instructions to the two dinosaurs, and they both howled as the heavy...
That was weird. Whoa. We got a feedback going on. Oh, that's why. There we go.
Instructions to the two dinosaurs, and they both howled as the heavy smoke started to billow into the night air. I quickly pulled the mysterious letter out.
We're jumping onto the roof now.
We're jumping onto the roof now.
I crumpled up the letter and tossed it up in the air. One of the Mongos grabbed it and swallowed it whole. They then turned and leaped from the roof to the top of the magistrate building, soaring up through the air and landing easily. They'd leapt across the alley and up an entire full story.
In the air, one of the Mongos grabbed it and swallowed it whole. Stood up in the air. One of the Mongos grabbed it and swallowed it whole. Up in the air. One of the Mongos grabbed it and swallowed it whole. They then turned and leaped from the roof to the top of the magistrate building, soaring up through the air and landing easily. Top of the magistrate. They then turned and leaped from the roof to the top of... and turned and leaped from the roof to the top of the magistrate building. Swallowed it whole. They then turned and leaped. Leaped from the roof to the top of the magistrate. And turned and leaped from the roof to the top. Turned and leaped from the roof to the top. Leaped from the roof to the top of the magistrate building, soaring up.
Holy shit. You were right. I didn't think they'd be able to jump that far.
Mongo has the same pounce ability as I do, and he's a lot bigger.
Maybe I should ride him instead of letting you have all the fun. Maybe I should ride him instead of letting you have all the fun. The smoke completely filled the night air. Pustule had been correct. These things were much better than the traditional goblin smoke bombs. It was like a heavy fog had filled the entire area. The two pets disappeared from view. The swarm of red dots indicating the Krassu turned back toward the roof of the building. The dinos had jumped before the fog had completely filled the area, and the floating women heads had seen the motion. I hadn't been certain the fog would work on ghosts. Mordecai said it wouldn't on most kinds of non-corporeal ghost entities, but it would on these guys because they had a physical presence. I still didn't know how he kept all these rules in his head. My attention moved to the map. Okay, the clockwork Mongos are on the roof right over the magistrate's office. Get down.
If the guy was listening in, hopefully he'd been fooled into thinking we were now on the roof, and his crew had moved to the office to intercept. We moved to the back of the roof, crouching down. We should be plenty far away at this distance, but every time I said that, I was proven wrong.
I feel bad about ruining Miss Quill's collection. She really loves those things.
Something tells me she's not going to care. Something tells me she's not going to care anymore. Something tells me she's not going to care anymore. I pulled the hobgoblin pus out and jammed on the detonator. A clockwork Mongo howl filled the air in the moment before night turned to day. A clockwork Mongo howl filled the air in the moment before night turned to day.
Damn it.
I pulled the hobgoblin. A clockwork Mongo howl filled the air in the moment before night turned to day. Today.
And that's a scene. As a spoiler-free viewer that will purchase no less than another dozen copies of the AIT version 2, loving the artist doing these thumbnails, any chance of a collector's edition of a comic book series? Don't know. I would love it if Dave Law were able to do a comic series for Dungeon Crawler Carl. He's great. All right. Scene 4 time.
Nice. Nice. I examined the gaping hole in the building. Below, the entire town had been jarred awake, but... Below, the entire town had been jarred awake by the explosion. Lights turned on throughout the village. The dark shadows of skyfowl burst into the air all around us, but most stayed back from the destruction. The magistrate's quarters burned. We'd blown up half of the building, but not all of it. Admin notice. A wall of notifications scrolled by, surprising me. I jumped up 2 levels to 21. Donut also jumped 2 levels to 19.
Phew! Well, that was easy.
Donut cast her torch spell, filling the rooftop with brilliant light. The smoke bomb sputtered to a stop, and the light reflected off the remnants, pulsing. It reminded me of the dance floor of the It reminded me of the dance floor of the Desperado Club. I had been expecting the Krassu to swarm at us, which is why we'd waited until now for Donut to cast her light spell. They should have been immune to the explosion, but I didn't see them anywhere. we'd probably blown them halfway across town. I kept a wary eye out for red dots. Oh, shit. I examined my notifications. We had not received the one I'd hoped for, but I still had several interesting ones. Oh, shit. I examined...
Yes, law. There will be vinyl for probably seasons 2 and 3 at once. Yeah, Neil, sure. I would say everybody loves large chests. Alice James, I'm fascinated by the process, so Jeff's also the director of the scene. Yes. Vinyl soundtrack. Yeah, so the direction will be, I mean, the thing about directing people, and if you might mean two different things, you might mean one of two things when you say directing. So like when so there's directing people as they act, and then there's directing everything else that's going on, like the sound effects and the music and all that. I do both of those things, but one of them is more improvisatory than the other, because most of my directing gets done like in the set, I guess. Well, no, really, we have like all these sound effects notes and stuff in the script itself, so I would say maybe Ben Wolfe and James Osiris Baldwin might get some of that credit as well. ELLC is the Mimic one. New achievement! Assassin! You have killed a ranking NPC town official. Reward? You've received a bronze assassin's box. New achievement! Ultimate extreme power! Easy there, Charlemagne. This is only a medium settlement. It's not like you've conquered most of Europe. But you have killed this town's acting magistrate. You know what that means? Welcome to the wonderful world. Welcome to the wonderful world of public administration. Reward? You've received a platinum tyrant's box. You have also gained control of the medium Skyfowl settlement. Good luck, magistrate. New achievement. Cockblock. You have assassinated an NPC whose existence was required to complete another crawler's quest. NPC killed, Miss Quill, Skyfowl, level 30. Who was that other crawler?
Skyfowl, level 30.
Who was that other crawler? Who
was that other crawler?
What was that other...
Who was that other crawler?
What was the quest? Who fucking cares? You get the reward they were promised.
What was the quest?
Who fucking cares? You get the reward they were promised. Warning! You may only receive this award once. The next time you do it, we tell them who you are. And then they get a new quest to kill you. Nobody likes cockblocks. Reward? You've received a silver quest box.
So it appeared we had killed both Miss Quill and Magistrate Featherfall in the blast.
Are we jumping over there or what? Are we jumping over there or what? We're supposed to be jumping. Are we jumping over there or what? We're supposed to be jumping. Are we jumping? Are we jumping over there or what? We're supposed to be jumping.
There we go.
Hang on. Something's not right. Let me think for a second.
Hey, why did you get the fancy name change and I didn't? This is an outrage. This is an outrage! Hey, why did you get the fancy name change and I didn't? This is an outrage!
I looked at the menu. My title had changed from Royal Bodyguard to Magistrate Carl of Medium Skyfowl Settlement. I didn't laugh. Mordecai had already warned me that one of us would likely win the town if we killed the magistrate, but he'd also said when you killed the quest's head boss dude, you either auto won the quest or it failed, depending on the situation. Given the mysterious circumstances of this quest, he'd given us a 50-50 chance of winning that quest box. Given the mysterious circumstances of this quest, he'd given us a 50-50 chance of winning that quest box. And that was okay with me as long as the quest went away. Either way, we'd get a ton of experience since the guy was also the head of the town. But nothing had happened with the quest. It still sat there in my menu. Did we kill an innocent NPC? We hadn't even met the magistrate, and we'd just blown his house to bits. Listen, we have a problem. I think we screwed up. Magistrate Featherfall is dead, but the quest is still there. That means he wasn't the head bad guy. And it looks like Miss Quill wasn't the bad guy either, like I was suspecting. And to top it off, we fucked over some other crawler's quest. The plan had been simple. Using the mysterious letter as bait, we were going to make Featherfall think we were about to breach through the ceiling, drawing him to the area to face us. After Ricky Joe had claimed that a female skyfowl was visiting the city elves, I thought perhaps Miss Quill was really the bad guy. That was just the sort of thing the AI would pull, which was why I'd mentioned something about burning the stuffed animals. Either way, whomever was listening in would hopefully be there. Either way, whomever was listening in would hopefully be there. Mordecai said a lich would get blown to bits just as easily as a human. The only monster we'd have to worry about post-detonation would be the Krassu, which wouldn't be hurt by the explosion. After the blast, if there was anything left, we'd storm the magistrate's office and mop up the remaining bad guys, and hopefully figure out what the hell was going on over there.
If Miss Quill was there to get blown up, then she had to be in on it. Why else would she be there this late?
Maybe. She said he only... Maybe. She said he only came out at night now. Maybe she altered her schedule to match. Or maybe she lived there.
This late?
Maybe.
Or maybe she was a blood-sucking pawn of the lich. We don't know, Carl. Let's go look. Quit being a wuss.
There.
Or maybe she was a blood-sucking pawn of the lich. We don't...
Okay, but let's be cautious. I have a bad feeling about this one. Turn off your torch for now, but be ready to snap it back on. Okay.
Wait. Look at our notifications again. Wait. Look at our Wait. Look at our notifications again. There's a bronze boss box in there. I told you one of them was a bad guy.
Back on.
Wait. One of them was a bad guy.
She was correct. I hadn't noticed it buried there with the others. So, Either Featherfall or Quill had been a neighborhood boss. That made me feel a little better. But which one was it? It didn't say. The dynamite had blown a massive hole in the roof, peeling it up like it had been drilled through from below. Thankfully, the building wasn't fully engulfed in flames. Not yet. Smoke continued to rise from the hole, but it was minimal for now. The boom jug from earlier this afternoon had managed to burn a building to the ground in a matter of minutes. The effect of this blast appeared to be much more powerful, but also much less incendiary. If I was going to be blowing shit up more often, I needed to know what to expect. This particular blast, while huge, was not what I'd anticipated. The physics surrounding the stuff was still beyond me, and that was dangerous. I needed to learn, and fast. Donut used Puddle Jumper to get us over to the roof across the way. We went from the angled tiles to the flat beams, but the ground below us suddenly felt unsteady, ready to break.
All right. Julian. Neil, sure, yes, that is correct. He specifically does that to fuck with me.
I looked up. A pair of skyfowl NPCs had grown brave enough to fly closer to the explosion. They hovered over us now.
Oh, crap.
I looked up. A pair of skyfowl NPCs had grown brave enough to fly closer to the explosion. They hovered over us now. "I'm the new town magistrate. I'm on magistrate business." The two eagles looked at each other. I wasn't certain how this sort of thing worked, if they'd recognize my authority or not. If this were the real world, they'd say, "Well, fuck you very much." "Well, fuck you very much." The other skyfowl turned to his companion.
I'm going to have Justin do it. The two circled a few times and then flew off. I kept an eye out for mobs as we cautiously approached the hole. We looked down into what had once been the magistrate's quarters. The epicenter of the explosion was still another 50 feet ahead. Through the hole in the roof, I could see all the way to the ground far below. Half of the magistrate's home and front office were just gone, along with the entire south end of the building. The floor of the mall level was also a massive hole. Oops. Entire south end of the building. The floor of the mall level was also entire south end of the building. The floor of the mall level was also a massive hole. Entire south end of the building. The floor of the mall level was also a massive hole, and below that was a pile of smoking debris. However, deeper into both the mall and the living quarters above, I could see that floor. However, deeper into both the mall and the living quarters above, I could see that the floor was mostly intact. No wonder there's not that much fire. It's like we punched a hole right through the structure, both up and down. Weird. We punched a hole right through the structure, both up and down. Weird. Donut pointed to the side of the building. Across the street, another structure had half caved in. Side of the building. Across the street, another structure had half caved in. Thankfully, it was a business and not a residence. I'm glad we'd chosen a different building to stand upon.
Your explosion went up, down, and to the side, but it didn't blow this way. I wonder if that magic door protected it.
Maybe. But either way, that reception office is just gone. If that's where Miss Quill and Featherfall were standing at the time, they wouldn't have had a chance.
Those poor stuffed animals. Now, let's go down there. Those poor stuffed animals. Now, let's go down there.
Donut started to wiggle her butt, and then she jumped deftly down into the magistrate's quarters as I tied my rope to a chimney. The one where he gave one of them, there was some guard in book 7 that had a Welsh accent. He had one line. I think that was the most obvious one. I tied my rope to a chimney. This was starting to get cumbersome. Donut was right. I needed a better way to go up and down. I descended. I swung my way into the chambers. I left the rope there, hanging all the way past the mall level. The full length of the rope ended out. Way past the mall level. The full length of the rope ended about 15 feet off the ground. A few fires crackled here and there. I gave them a wide berth as we explored deeper into the large building. Donut released Mongo. Donut released Mongo, who immediately moved to a small, empty cage against one wall and started sniffing at it. Large building. Donut released Mongo, who immediately moved to a small, empty cage against one wall and started sniffing at it. One wall and started sniffing at it. magistrate's office had been just on the other side of the reception area, which meant it was now gone. There was no sign of the magical door. It was probably buried in the debris along with the corpses and all of Miss Quill's Beanie Babies. And past the office was the living quarters, which extended the entire length of the mall below it. There wasn't much here. A few tables and T-shaped roosts. There was a chest against a wall, but it was open. There was a chest against a wall, but it was open and the contents empty. Donut inspected a small cage that interested Mongo. It appeared as if it once held regular-sized mice or rats. The door was open. She said it smelled moldy, like it hadn't been used in a while. She said it smelled moldy, like it hadn't been used in a while. She said it smelled moldy, like it hadn't been used in a while. She said it smelled moldy, like it hadn't been used in a while. All I could smell was smoke. She pulled the cage into her inventory and came to examine the chest, which I poked at with my foot. Donut, look. The clasp is broken. That didn't happen with the explosion. Donut, look.
So it was sitting here already looted before we blew it up?
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
Maybe another crawler broke into here before us.
Maybe. We're the ones who killed Featherfall, though. Keep one eye on the map.
For us?
Maybe. I looked around. The entire apartment seemed oddly empty. There were shelves, but nothing was upon them. Nothing hung on the walls. That empty cage had been a food box, but it hadn't been used in a while. There was a heavy door against the far wall, leading deeper into the house. I leaned into it, opening it slowly. The moment I pushed against the door, I saw the X appear on the map. I pushed the door all the way. The moment I did, several dozen additional red dots appeared, along with an equal number of X's. I froze as I formed a fist, ready to defend myself. Nothing happened. Nobody moved. Holy crap. Nothing happened. I froze as I formed a fist, ready to defend myself. Nothing happened. Okay. Along with an equal number of X's. Okay. I froze as I formed a fist, ready to defend myself. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. X's. I froze as I formed a fist, ready to defend myself. Along with an equal number of X's. Okay. I froze as I formed a fist, ready to defend myself. I froze as I formed a fist, ready to defend myself. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nobody moved. Holy crap. Happened. Nobody moved.
moved. Holy crap. Holy crap.
Mongo, shush!
Mongo, shush.
The feathered dinosaur forced his way into the room. He opened his... The feathered dinosaur forced his way into the room. He opened his mouth to howl, and I pressed my left hand down on his beak.
The feathered dinosaur forced his way into the room. He opened his mouth to howl, and I pressed my left hand down on his beak. Forced his way into the room. He opened his mouth to howl, and I pressed my left hand down on his beak.
Wait a minute.
He opened his mouth to howl, and I pressed my left hand
There we
down.
go. That's better. Shush! Donut leaped to my shoulder, putting herself in the firing position. Still, nothing in the room stirred. Donut gasped, her entire body going rigid. Donut gasped, her entire body going rigid.
Donut gasped. Her
Carl? You were right, Carl. This was a bad idea. I don't like this. Please, let's go. Let's go now.
I examined the horrific sight before me. We'd stepped into a serial killer's wet dream. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. The entire room was filled with naked female corpses. The entire room was filled with naked female corpses, hanging upside down from the ceiling as if we'd just walked into a meat locker. There were human and elves and dwarves. There were humans and elves and dwarves, along with a scattering of others, such as orcs and a single ogre. The ones that appeared as X's on my map were all missing their heads. The others, at least 30 of them, still had all their parts, but the heads were detached, hanging a good 6 inches below the neck, with only the white of bone and straw-like arteries keeping them attached. It appeared as if someone had grabbed their heads, given it a good yank, and then left them there, bobbleheading. Wisps of purple energy swirled around the red-dotted ones, like they were being recharged. They all appeared to be asleep. Their eyes remained closed. The horrors didn't stop there. At the center of the room, hanging upside down in a massive dream catcher made of bone, was the naked, emaciated corpse of Magistrate Featherfall. His featherless wings were spread all the way out, with nothing but goose-bumped gray skin left, like a pair of uncooked chicken wings with grasping fingers at the first knuckle. His milky white, dead eyes stared out at us under a cracked beak. A clear fluid dripped from both his mouth and eyes. At the top of the hoop-shaped construction, his taloned claws were spread out and splayed.
Cracked beak.
A clear fluid dripped from both his mouth and eyes. At the top of the hoop-shaped construction, his taloned claws were spread out and splayed, facing the ceiling. The whole sight was reminiscent of a fucked-up, inverted parody of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. His body was lashed to the bone, His body was lashed to the bone structure with old, frayed rope. It appeared as if he'd been there for some time. His body was in the process of being mummified. The circle twisted in the air, rocking back and forth, croaking, creaking.
Rocking back and forth,
Creaking.
back and forth, creaking.
Lootable corpse. Former magistrate.
How did we get credit for killing that guy when he was like this? He looks like he's been dead a long time.
How did we get credit for killing that guy when he...
I don't know.
Time.
I don't know.
This was a nest of Krasu. The original description said to truly kill them, one had to find their bodies and destroy them. The ones without heads were, I assumed, out and about in this town. The ones without heads were, I assumed, out and about in the town. But if that was the case, then why did they appear as corpses on the map? The descriptions just said they were regular NPC corpses. Were the bodies technically dead until the Krasu returned? I supposed it didn't matter as long as we killed the bodies. But could we? I knew we couldn't kill the ghosts without using magic. But what about their bodies? The entire ground was sticky with gore and lumps of fallen, forgotten body parts. The smell was almost unbearable. If we wanted to approach Featherfall, we'd have to brush by several of the hanging women. The closest one, a blue-skinned elf, was a mere 5 feet away. She was young and thin, hanging from the ceiling with her ankles in a noose. Her long, dark hair cascaded below her, not quite long enough to reach the ground. I resisted the urge to punt her head. We need to get closer to Luda's body.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking another step in there. Those things are going to wake up.
No, I'm not taking another step in there.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking another step in there. Those things are going to wake up.
If that explosion didn't wake them, then maybe they'll stay unconscious.
Of course they're going to wake up, Carl. Have you ever watched a horror movie? Of course they're going to wake up, Carl. Have you ever watched a horror movie? Of course they're going to wake up, Carl. Have you ever watched a horror movie?
Of course they could...
She was right. And with the blood splattered all over the room, I strongly suspected whomever the head bad guy was, he probably had that suppurating eye spell going. We couldn't stay here long. I sent a quick query... I sent a quick query to Mordecai, who said the headless ones were maybe fair game. To physical attacks, but the ones with their heads and the purple swirls were likely protected. But he wasn't certain. Okay, let's kill this one here and see what happens. If it works, we'll carve a path. We'll loot and run.
Okay, let's step back. I'll hit her with a missile. If they all wake up... I'll hit her with a missile. If they all wake up, I'll cast my torch. Maybe it'll scare them away again. Hey!
Scare them away again.
Hey! Not fair. It says the area has been muted. I can't cast spells.
It says the area has been muted.
I can't cast spells.
It says the area has been muted. I can't cast spells.
Carl. Mordecai, it says the area has been muted. Mordecai. Spells in your menu and scrolls won't cast if you're in a muted zone. Everything else, including magical items, potions, and spells you've already cast, will still work.
Everything.
Everything else, including magical items, potions, and spells you've already cast, will still work.
Zone. Everything else, including magical items, potions.
Carl. Okay, Mongo. Okay, Mongo. You're up. Go bite that elf's head off, but you gotta be quick. He had those magical teeth caps, and those should do damage.
Be quick. He had those but you gotta be quick. He had those magical teeth. But you gotta be quick. He had those magical teeth caps, and those should do damage.
Sick 'em. Sick 'em.
The dinosaur rushed forward, weaving at his target snake-like. At the last moment, he turned his head to the side, like he was eating a taco. He chomped down on the dark elf's head.
Eating a taco. He chomped head to the side, like he was eating a taco. He chomped down on the dark elf. Head to the side, like he was eating a taco. He chomped down on the dark elf's side, like he was eating a taco. Head to the side, like he was eating a taco. He chomped down on the dark elf's head. Head.
The barely detached head caved in under Mongo's alarmingly powerful bite. The head slopped to the ground. Followed by a rush of organs and blood, as if her neck was a drain that had just been unclogged. The purple swirls of magic blinked off. Mongo raised his head into the air and blood cascaded off his face. The purple aura around the others blinked out. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Uh-oh.
Mongo raised his head into the...
Mongo, oblivious, moved deeper into the room, biting a second, then a third. He ignored the ones that were already headless. The dinosaur jump attacked at a fourth, but he moved through the body as if it wasn't there. He howled in rage and turned to bite, this time latching on the woman's legs, ripping her from the ceiling. She crumpled to the ground. Get back here! Get back here!
Mongo, return!
Return!
Back here!
Mongo, return!
Mongo raised his head into the air and blood cascaded off his face. The purple aura around the others blinked out. The hair on the back... his face. The purple aura around the others blinked out. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Uh-oh. Mongo, oblivious, moved deeper into the room, biting... Mongo, oblivious, moved deeper into the room, biting a second. Then a third. He ignored the ones... Third. He ignored the ones that were already headless. The dinosaur jump attacked at a fourth. Already headless. The dinosaur jump attacked at a fourth, but he moved through the body as if it wasn't there. Wasn't there. He howled in rage and turned to bite. This time there. He howled in rage and turned to bite, this time latching on the woman's legs, ripping her from the ceiling. She crumpled to the ground. The ceiling. She crumpled to the ground. Get back here! Get back here!
Mongo, return!
Looks like Instagram shit the bed again. Sorry guys, just checking to see how much more time we got in this scene. It's a long scene, Jesus. Ooh, yeah, I'm not going to be able to finish this episode today. Damn it. All around the room, the Krassu began waking up. They wailed, loud and high-pitched. The heads all started wiggling at once, working to fully detach themselves from the rest of their bodies. The heads all started wiggling at once, working to fully detach themselves from the rest of their bodies. Oh, shit. Do not go long! Oh, shit. Do not go long! This was one of our oldest plays, but it didn't exactly fit the situation. Hopefully she would understand the idea.
Carl, that's not going to... Oh, I get it. With what, though?
With light! With light! She leaped from my shoulder and ran away, scrambling out into the other room and presumably to the roof. Once she was out of range of the muting, she'd cast her torch spell and then return. I rolled a smoke curtain into the chaos as I formed a fist, rushing toward Mongo, who was gnawing down on yet another creature. My feet splashed in the gore. I punched at a Krassu as I passed, my magical gauntlet connecting. I pulled a regular torch and lit it, tossing it to the ground. In a rage, dozens of the women's heads peeled themselves free. One by one, they righted themselves, floating into the air, trailing organs as their now empty bodies waved back and forth, turning into X's on my map. They backed away from the sputtering torch, which invaded the smoke. Okay, let's see here.
She leaped from my shoulder and ran away, scrambling out. Once she was out of range of the... I rolled a smoke curtain into the chaos, torch spell, and then return. I rolled a smoke curtain in creature. My feet splashed in the gore. I punched at a Krassu as I passed. I rolled a smoke curtain into the chaos as I formed a fist, rushing toward...
I rolled a smoke curtain into the chaos as I formed a fist, rushing toward Mongo, who was gnawing down on yet another creature.
My feet splashed in the torch spell, and then return. I rolled a smoke curtain into the chaos as I formed a fist, rushing toward Mongo, who was gnawing down on yet another creature. My feet splashed in the... Return. I rolled a smoke curtain into the chaos as I formed a fist, rushing toward Mongo, who was gnawing down on yet another creature. My feet... into the chaos as I formed a fist, rushing toward Mongo, who was gnawing down on yet another creature. My feet splashed in the gore. I punched at a Krassu as I passed, my magical gauntlet connecting. I pulled a regular torch and... the ground. In a rage, dozens of the women's heads peeled themselves free. One by one, they righted themselves, floating into the air, trailing organs as their now empty bodies waved back and forth.
Going to...
Oh, shit. Do not go long! Pulled to the ground. All around the room, the Krassu began waking up. Themselves free. One by one, they righted themselves, floating into the... I pulled a regular... In a rage, dozens of the women's heads peeled themselves free. Which invaded the smoke. They backed away. They backed away from my sputtering torch, which invaded the smoke-filled room with a pulsing red glow. They didn't flee like last time. The light wasn't as powerful, and they were also blinded by the smoke. They started to swirl through the room like flocking birds, bumping into one another and the hanging bodies and the bone hoop in the center, which started to spin. A Krassu whipped past me, smacking me in the face with a still-beating heart. I swung, but missed. Ah! The heart. Ah! I swung, but missed. Still beating a heart. Ah! I swung.
Back out the door!
Back out the door!
I pointed behind me. Mongo looked up and snapped at a Krassu. Mongo looked up and snapped at a Krassu, connecting with a hanging lung, ripping it free. The creature squealed and plummeted to the ground, bouncing and rolling with arteries whipping about like a jellyfish.
Free. The creature squealed and plummeted to the ground, bouncing and rolled.
We pushed through a hanging curtain of headless corpses as I yanked the fireball or custard lotto ticket from my inventory. We ran into the living room, which was also now filled with smoke. We stopped at the gaping hole, and I turned back. This apartment was big, but I didn't know how much more punishment it could take before the whole building collapsed. I wasn't sure how powerful a level 15 fireball was. The last time I'd tried this, the 50-50 chance ticket cast custard. Where the hell was Donut? I glanced at the map, and it appeared she was just above us, on the roof. There were more red dots now, circling the cat, keeping their distance. Fire in the hole!
Oh.
I scratched the ticket. I was fully expecting it to cast custard again. Fireball! Spicy! Fireball! Spicy! The egg-shaped ball of fire leaped out of my hand and rocketed toward the doorway to the bedroom. The flaming projectile was the size of an opened umbrella. It didn't move as quickly as one of Donut's magic missiles, but that didn't matter. It rolled directly through the open door, shattering the jamb on either side, cleaving through the smoke and detonating as... It rolled directly through the open door, shattering the jamb on either side, cleaving through the smoke and detonating it at... It rolled directly through the open door, shattering the jamb on either side, cleaving through the smoke and detonating as it hit the upside-down corpse of Featherfall. The entire building rocked again. The floor buckled. Burning heat washed over me, hitting me with a small amount of damage. The room turned to X's before half-collapsing down to the next level. Black, acrid smoke filled the air, mixing in with the white of the smoke curtain. Black, acrid smoke filled the air, mixing in with the white of the smoke curtain. Above, the red dots harassing Donut all disappeared. A moment later, Donut leaped down and landed on my shoulder, trailing her ball of light. It glowed brighter than I'd ever seen before. I had to shield my eyes. Ah, come on, Donut. Ah, come on, Donut.
I had to shield my eyes.
Did we get them all? They all disappeared when you did that.
I think so. But I think we fried whatever loot Featherfall had.
When you did that.
I think so.
Let's go look.
Featherfall had.
Let's go look.
We re-entered the bedroom. The entire floor slumped down like a ramp down into the mall level. The fireball spell had crisped everything in the room. The ashes of Featherfall were scattered along the debris. He wasn't the boss. If he was, he'd have a neighborhood map on him, even after we destroyed the body.
Then it had to have been Miss Quill. She was the boss lady all along. Then it had to have been Miss Quill. She was the boss lady all along, but her body is behind us. Probably buried.
It's going to collapse. We gotta get out of here.
It's going to...
But what about the quest? We haven't figured anything out.
Here.
But what about the quest? We haven't figured anything.
I was about to say we're out of time when I noticed the red dot on the map. One of the corpses, burnt to a crisp, had just switched from an X to a red dot. As I turned, forming a fist, the dot blinked again, this time turning white. It was a woman, one of the headless corpses. She was on the ground, and her head had magically returned to her body. She was a familiar human with long, dark hair. She'd been marked as a Krassu that brief moment her dot was red, but now that it was white, the system designated her as a human. The lower half of her body was nothing but darkened char. She looked up at us, blinking in pain. She had one pale blue eye and one brown eye. This was Burgundy, the same woman we'd run into on the stairs when we'd visited earlier. This was Burgundy, the same woman we'd run into on the stairs when we'd visited earlier, one of the assistants to the magistrate. Her face was oddly unmarred by the damage. Donut leaped down, sniffing at her. The woman's legs had turned to flaky, obsidian-colored logs of charcoal.
Image. Donut. Sniffing at her. The woman's legs had turned to flaky, obsidian-colored log.
Carl, we have to help her.
I felt an awe. Okay, so they talked to her. I felt an odd amount of relief wash over me. Miss Quill was the bad guy. We'd killed the correct person. When the system said I'd killed a public official... Fuck off.
When the system said
I'd killed a public official, it was her, not Featherfall. Also, this was like the 100th time in the last day that the AI's description of something had been inaccurate. It had said Quill was the assistant to the magistrate. It had said Katya was a human when she was really a doppelganger. It said Burgundy here was also human when she was really one of those vampire things. The map labeled all these corpses with an X when they could still turn into monsters. That was important to know, that we couldn't trust anything. But if Quill was the mastermind, why hadn't the quest ended? I reread what we were supposed to do, focusing on the last line.
Nobody knows who they are or where they come from. Find out why.
The quest didn't tell us to save the women, or to kill who was responsible. We just needed to find out what was going on. We were almost there. We just had to get it out of this woman before... the entire building crashed down. We just had to get it out of this woman before the entire building crashed down.
there. We just had to get it out of this woman before the entire building crashed down.
I tried to remember what Miss Quill had said about him. It wasn't much. She'd said he was dead, and that he'd been magistrate before Featherfall. That was it.
Fuck. Another bad guy. I'd been hoping all the bosses were dead. The roof above her started to cave in. Donut hit her with a magic missile in the moments before her body disappeared. Donut hit her with a magic missile in the moments before her body disappeared. There. Done. This is scene what? Scene 5. Okay, guys, I gotta be done for today. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. It looks like I got one more day of episode 6 tomorrow, but I will definitely finish tomorrow and start on episode 7. Let's see, how many more scenes? Looks like I might want to divide this one into more scenes. Yeah, there's still a lot to do. It looks like I'm not going to be able to finish episode 7 tomorrow. But I will be able to finish over the weekend, I think. That's my plan. I really want to get this, at least this season, finished before I leave for a company retreat. We're having a retreat next week. We're going to the Lake of the Ozarks, and we're going to have a good time. Are you coming to Salt Lake in December? Yes, I am. So yeah, thank you guys one more time for coming and hanging out with me. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Be sure to check out the Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel. That is the regular Soundbooth Theater channel, not the Soundbooth Theater live channel, which is what you're watching right now. We have 5 whole audiobooks up there ready for you to listen to for free, with another half of an audiobook still in the process of releasing over this month. Yeah, we're pretty much releasing a free audiobook there every month. Maybe 2 in October, we'll see. But yeah, please, if you have friends who like audiobooks but who have not really given Soundbooth Theater a chance, check out what we have on the Soundbooth Theater YouTube channel and see if you can find something that they might be interested in, that they could try for free. Yeah, so that's it, guys. Y'all have a good rest of your night. Jeff, the vinyl OST, will there be reprints of it? Of course there will. We will let you watch out for notifications for when we put the pre-order back up. All right, guys, y'all have a good rest of your night, and I will talk to you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.